Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. Today, we have a couple things going on in the shop. On the right side of the Hot Shop, Eric and Levi are working on crafts that are for like different bars and establishments, and so those are just for mixing drinks. And so when he brings the final result that comes out of the mold over to the table here, he's giving it a nice hot flash. He'll put water on the jack line and then he'll knock it off of that pipe. So once he knocks it off the pipe, he'll give it a nice little flash on the top to cure the top, make sure that it's not too sharp to where you could accidentally get cut. And then he'll put on gloves, safety gloves to protect his skin. And then it'll go into the annealing oven. That annealing oven there is designed to help bring the glass back down to room temperature over a steady period of time to prevent any sort of shock. And then here at the middle bench, we are working on goblets and decanters, specifically goblets to start. Here on the podium are some examples of the goblets that have been made. The decanter here will be, I think, the official design for the year. So the goblets and decanters are designed for Red Hot. Red Hot is our annual gala that raises about 50% of our operating funds. And so these goblets and decanter sets are made every year and they are placed on the table. So you have the opportunity to buy the exclusive set, and it changes. So what that looks like here in the hot shop is we'll gather glass, the glass that we gathered that he rotated there on the Marvering table. It looks like it's orange, but really it's clear when it cools down. He'll blow into the end of the pipe, and then he'll start to stretch the bubble out for shape. So as he blows into the end of the pipe, it'll expand the bubble, and then we'll carve in a couple of different points there on the glass. One like a little hook to make it longer, and then the other a jack line to help remove the glass from the end of the pipe at a different point in the process. Could we see some of the annual Red Hot past goblets and decanters whenever you have the ability to put them on the screen? That would be awesome. So the body of the goblet are the top portion, the cup portion is what we're working on now here in the middle bench of the hot shop. So we'll go in and out of this reheating chamber because once we take the glass out of the furnace, it's constantly cooling in the natural environment. So to prevent any sort of shock, we have to go in and out of the glory hole to keep the glass nice and hot. Can we see the glory hole diagram after we knock this off the pipe? So now that we took that the top portion of the cup off the pipe, we'll be able to open it up and access the bubble. So as you can see, we'll go in and out of these glory holes. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees while we're working. So what he did there was he added an additional rod to the end of the cup, remove the cut portion off of the initial blowpipe. So there's a small little hole that we'll be able to go in and start to open it up to flare it out, similar to the goblets on the podium there. Can we see some oh, sorry, we already got to see some. My apologies. So to get the really pretty lip wrap around the top of the goblets, it's a very fine black line. So this is how we're adding the black lip around. He'll take the glass while it's super duper hot and thread it off onto the lip of the top of the cup. I hope you are having a happy Wednesday here in the hot shop. Today we are making goblets. The goblets that we're creating are on the podium there. They will be accompanied with the decanter. You can see the goblets and decanters we're making are for our annual Red Hot Gala, which produces about 50% of our operating funds. On the right side of the hot shop, Levi and Eric are blowing they're blowing glass into a mold. They're making crafts, so they're blow mold crafts. And those are for like different restaurants and bars. And so they're making production style glass there on the right side. So now here at the middle bench, she's brought a connection rod to transfer off this bowl or this cup from the initial blowpipe. He'll cinch the jack line there to remove the cup off of the initial blowpipe to be able to access the bubble, open up the top of the cup so it can help us drink from the goblet. Can we please see some of the past Red Hot goblets and decanter sets? June 21st, here at the Museum of Glass, we will also have a second sale. So whenever items are made here that we just kind of have a couple too many of, we'll put them out to be sold to the public. So be sure to follow us on Facebook or Instagram to learn a little bit more about our second sale on June 21st. And you could snag up something really awesome for a great deal. So we'll make a bunch of cups and then we place them here into the garage. The garage is a place where we can park pieces to be reworked into the process when we're ready to use them. And so they always say it's just better to make a few tops, which are the tops of the goblets here, because the bottom portion is all made in one step. And so it's better to make sure that the cups are finely crafted, and then to seamlessly add the bottom all together and then place the cup on the top. If there is a goblet illustration, that would be really helpful so people could understand the different parts of the goblets that have to be created in order to, well, just the process, the illustrated process. Oh, how was your weekend? So as you can see up there, we'll create the bowl, the volio, optic ball, the disc, the stem, and the foot. So sometimes the goblets don't have each and every part. Sometimes they will, but we actually have to make the top first, which is the bowl, and maybe the volio, and then we'll do the bottom separately. So they're two different parts that all get seamlessly glued together hot during the process with glass. Being able to stack a goblet really does show the ability to harness the energy of the material. It's really thin and it's really hard to stack something while working horizontally to stack it vertically. So you'll be able to watch them assemble some of these goblets in just a moment after we do a couple more cups first. So he'll go in and he carved in at the end of the pipe there what we call a jack line. That helps remove the bubble from the end of the pipe a bit. Some separation is helpful when we need to take this cup off the end of the blowpipe. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as she gathered the glass from the furnace, you'll see that the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. All of the glass that we gather and take out of the furnace looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools, it's clear. Thank you. So if you come and look closely at the goblets here on the podium, there's a black lip wrap, a very fine black. Oh, actually, it's not black. It's actually a really pretty, deep, dark ruby color. Some of them are. Anywho, so he brought over some additional glass to wrap the lip of the top of the cup. And now he'll go in and just start to flare out the cup similar to the ones here on the podium. So we knocked it off of the end of the pipe there, and then we'll place as many cups as we need to be successful today before we start actually stacking the goblets, which means before we start to craft the stem and then add the cup. So the garage, it rests between 800 degrees on the cold side and then 1,000 degrees on the hot side. For glass that's cold in our world, that is still very, very hot. But we'll place the cups into the garage and then we'll start to assemble them in just a bit. If you guys have questions, my name's Emily. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So he'll dip into the optic mold there, which will create ridges in the glass. So it's kind of like a Ruffles chip, so low and high point. So what happens is inside that optic mold, it freezes to the skin of the top portion of the glass. And because glass has memory, it'll hold it. This one is not ridges. It's more so like a pineapple mold. Well, it is a pineapple mold, optic mold. So now we'll work on the stem portion. So this little itty bitty ball here will function as the middle there of the stem. So now we'll start to actually make the goblet and connect them all the pieces together. Sarah will bring over a little bit of glass. That'll function as the little itty bitty stem between the foot and the optic ball. So what's awesome about watching these goblets be made is that they're all so similar. They're handmade, and to be able to constantly create the same object over and over again at this level of it being fragile and very hard is pretty amazing. And so I guess that's why, every year the sets are so exclusive and sought after because you'll never see it again. And they only make a certain amount every year. So it's really fun to watch the foot be placed on and then opened up. So the foot is it's a blown foot. So he'll prepare a bubble to be able to blow onto the end of the optic ball and that small bridge that they created. So a blow into the end of the pipe as he places the foot on, snip it, and then he'll open up the bubble. A hollow foot is better for the weight of the goblet overall. And then now he'll go in and carve into the glass. So those jacks are just two large blades. So when you squeeze them together, they carve into the surface of the glass, creating a weak point. So he'll go in with his diamond shears, which will cinch in a 360, tap that glass, and it'll naturally remove itself. And now we'll go into that small access point and spin it open so it can become a foot. So we're going to open it up, and it'll be like a disc. Don't look away or you might miss it being spun out. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see he got that bubble nice and hot enough to go in and start to open the lip up. And then as he sits at the bench, he works so quickly that it's so easy to miss the small parts. So pay attention as he opens up the bottom of the foot. So we'll put a transfer rod there on the bottom of the foot. And we need to be able to stack the cup portion on top. So we'll remove it from that initial blowpipe, and now we're able to stack the opposite direction. That glory hole there that we must work in and out of to keep the glass nice and hot rest at about 2,300 degrees. There's only heat inside of that reheating chamber, no molten glass. So Sarah will bring over just a little bit of glass that functions as glue for the cup, and then we took the cup out of the garage. We'll tap this additional rod out of the center of the cup. And that is how you assemble a goblet. So you're looking at many, 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 many years of people and experience and practice. They make this look easy, but it's not easy. It can challenge them at times also, and it's not over until it's boxed. And so being able to do this with such great rhythm is a practice skill set, and being able to harness the energy of the materials is also a very well practiced skill set. And to be able to stack the glass vertically while accessing it horizontally really shows how great of glass artists that they are as a team, as well as. All right, now I'll put a little bit of water on the connection point there. Let's give them a big, big round of applause for all their hard work. So it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight to cool back down to room temperature. And then tomorrow we'll be able to access the box, open it up, and we'll have a bunch more to add to however many numbers tally that we need to get to for our Red Hot Gala. And we're going to do it all again because we made a bunch of cups, and now we need to make the bottoms so they can be a complete goblet. So we'll put a little bit of water on the connection point and then place the goblet into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. So we'll go in with some water. Got to lay the pipe, kind of hold it up so the water doesn't touch the goblet. Tap it off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We are making goblets here in the hot shop today, and so what we'll do is we'll start with that optic ball. Can we see the goblet diagram? So we'll start with the optic ball, which is the center point here. Add the little stem and then the foot. And then after we add those three parts, we'll flip it over, transfer it off the initial blowpipe, and then we'll stack the top cut portion on to the ball that's rest in the middle. Can we see the goblet illustration? So if you look up at the big screen there, the goblet is made in different parts and it's all connected to stand vertically stacked properly. So we're going to start at the optic ball point, and he'll be able to add that texture to the surface by dipping it into the optic mold there on the left side of the glory hole. It's really tiny because the ball is tiny. Thank you. That little bit of glass that Sarah gathered from the furnace will then be shaped into the teeny tiny stem below the optic ball where the foot will rest. The foot is blown on like a bubble. It is a bubble. And then it's opened up and flattened out to function to help the cup stand, the goblet stand. Hello. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. Today, we are making, on the right side of the Hot Shop, we're making some mixing vases, some mixing pitchers, and those are for like different bars and restaurants. And so, what he'll do is he'll take that big, large gather of glass and stick it into the mold, and then when he blows, it'll take the shape of a mixing pitcher. And then here in the middle of the hot shop, at the middle bench, we're making the really awesome goblets that you see on the podium. Right now, we're at the point of the bottom. So we're going to stack a cup onto the optic ball to complete the stack of a goblet. So stacking a goblet can be very hard because you're working horizontally while stacking something vertically. And it's very thin and it's very hard to be able to make sure that it's perfectly linear. But we're able to do it here in the hot shop because this team has a lot of experience with creating these type of items. Our goblets and our decanters here are for our annual gala. So as you look up at the big screen, we'll put a little bit of glass onto So we took the cup out of the garage and then we placed it on top of the optic ball to be able to complete the stack of creating a goblet. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your question. So now we have to take this goblet off of the end of the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight to cool down back to room temperature. So we'll go under the goblet with a little bit of water on that connection point, tap the pipe. It'll release the goblet. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest until it cools down overnight. We have to put the glass into that oven. It can't stay in this natural environment because the inner layers and the outer layers cool at different rates. And so they'll crack if they don't cool all the way down together. So the process starts here to create this goblet by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So we'll dip into that furnace and rotate that stainless steel rod. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. It looks orange when it comes out of the furnace because it's hot. When it cools down, it's clear. Thank you. So as you can see, he blew into the end of the pipe to create a bubble. And that little bubble he'll then dip into an optic mold. He'll get it nice and hot first, and then he'll dip into the optic mold. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we'll go in and out of the glory hole to keep the glass nice and hot during the process. And then he'll blow into the end of the pipe and go in with the jacks to expand the optic ball size. So the jacks are designed to carve into the glass, and he will slowly pull the glass away from the end of the pipe also. That's an important step. So when we need to remove this glass from the end of the blowpipe, it'll be easy to transition it off. So Sarah will bring over a bit of glass that'll function as the stem between the object ball and the foot. So now Gabe is preparing to, but we call this a blown foot. So he'll create a bubble. He's going to blow a bubble onto the end of the stem that we added and shaped. And then once that's blown on, we'll cut it and then we'll trim it and open it up. And so the blown foot will be then spun out into a disc that'll function as the foot to help the goblet stand up. So as you can see on the big screen there, we'll blow into it, cut the glass, and then he'll carve into the glass to remove the extra pieces of glass that we don't need. Then we're going to open it up. So as you can see, we'll go in with our jacks and we'll carve into the glass. As we carve into the glass, it'll create a weak point. And then with our diamond shears, we'll cinch it. The diamond shears, they wrap around the glass in a 360. And then we'll tap the glass. So with an additional bit of glass, we'll wrap it around the end of the foot. If you look closely at the goblets on the podium, they have these little accents, bits of color on the lip and on the foot there. It's just kind of hard to see from a distance. So, as we continue to take the glass out of the furnaces here in the hot shop, our hot shop technician has to refill the furnaces, which means we have to charge the furnaces every like once a week or once every other week. It just depends on how much glass that we use during that week. And so, to learn a little bit more about how the furnaces get glass, can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as we go in and out of the reheating chamber, this will allow us to be able to keep the glass from any type of shock. And so it's really important that we reheat the glass in this glory hole. Can we see the glory hole diagram? As the glass gets nice and hot, we're then able to manipulate it at the bench. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as you can see, the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within the glory hole can withstand these really high temperatures. We turn these ovens off at night, and before we start working in the morning or while we're preparing to get ready to work, we'll light them up. And they'll be hot within about an hour. And this is what we keep going in and out of while we're working from the bench. Thank you. And the next step of the process of building this goblet, we shape the object ball, put a little stem between the foot and the object ball, and now the next step will be to transfer it off of the initial blowpipe so we can stack the cup onto the top of the goblet. The goblets and decanters here are what we're making for our annual gala. Our annual gala is raises about 50% of our operating funds, and these sets are exclusive every year. So there's only a certain amount that are made, that are sold at the gala. So one decanter and two goblets are a complete a set. So whenever we make stuff here in the hot shop and there's one too many, we usually will have a dead stock of them, and there will be seconds. And so January 20th, we'll have a second sale here at the museum, and this is your opportunity to get something that we've created at a really good price point, but still very, very awesome. And so if you're interested, come on back down to the museum January 20th for our June 20th. June 20th for our second sale. Sorry. If you ever are interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, but you can't make it back to the museum, you can always join our live stream on the hot shop tab on our website, museumofglass.org. So now we'll put the cup on top of that little bit of glass, which will glue the cup to the object ball, and that is how you stack a goblet. And then we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. It's too hot to work. After lunch, we're going to be in here frying. So as you can see, we'll dip into the furnace to gather glass. He'll blow into the end of the pipe there to create a bubble. This bubble creates a hollow space to then function as the optic ball portion of the goblet. He'll cool the glass down, give the skin a little bit of heat, and then we'll dip it into the optic mold. And the optic mold will freeze to the surface, creating a pattern of diamonds on the surface if you look a little closer at the goblets on the podium. Oh, we're making a cup. This is how the tops are made. I thought we were making another goblet, but we're not. We're making the top portion of the goblet. The cups are made separately from the stem. So as we blow, he'll stretch the glass out, carve into it there at the end of the pipe. This is a jack line. What we're doing is we're intentionally placing a weak point in the glass. We need this weak point to be able to take the cup off of the initial blowpipe at a different point in the process. So here we're adding a little bit of glass and so we'll enhance it. We'll add a bit more to create that spacer. Oh, okay, friends, your time here in the hot shop has come to an end. Let's stand up and rotate to our next destination. Hope you guys had a great time. Enjoy your tour. So now we'll carve out that Avolio disc that'll function between the optic ball and the of the goblet. That little button of colored glass there, you'll be able to see it a bit closer. It's like a little berry. Just some design element to the surface to the aesthetic, of the goblet. So the top portion, as you can see, it requires a bit more work than the stem. So which is why we have to create the top before we add the stem. It doesn't all happen in one seamless execution due to having to manipulate this cup and transfer it off the pipe a couple times. So now we'll tap it. That one little tiny tap helps remove the glass when you cinch it because it's so fragile and thin that it doesn't take a lot. You don't need a lot of water. You don't need a lot of tapping of the pipe. And now we have a tiny access point that we'll be able to open up the cup to flare it out, similar to the pieces on the podium here. Can we see the past Red Hot goblet and decanter photos? For everyone that's just joining us here in the Hot Shop, welcome to the Hot Shop. Hope you're having a happy Wednesday. We're making goblets and decanters, our goblets, for our annual Red Hot Gala. They will be accompanied by the decanter you can see on the podium there. And these sets will be exclusively for our 2026-25 Red Hot Gala. So we'll knock off the cut portion and put it into the garage where it'll rest until we're ready to stack the entire goblet together, meaning that we have to make the stem and then place the cup onto the top of the stem. So the garage there is a place where work will rest, and the cold side's about 800 degrees and the hot side's about 1,000 degrees. And so that's all really hot to us, but for glass, that's like a nice resting environment to prevent any sort of shock. So we'll continue to create the cup portion before we stack some more goblets. It's easier to have a few cups readily accessible before we stack goblets up, because it's a bit more of a seamless interaction in opposition to make a cup, stack it, make a cup, stack it, make a cup, stack it. It's a special rhythm that works a little bit better when you have a bank of cups in the garage. If you guys have questions, my name's Emily. Feel free to shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So knock off the top, place it into the garage. On the right side of the hot shop, Levi and Eric are making production style mixing pitchers. And so eventually the top will be cut off. And so the, actual pitcher portion is accessible. And so that's what they're doing, just in case you all are wondering. And then here in the middle, we are turning out some cups, the tops of the goblets, and then we may assemble a couple more, but we'll see as we continue the process. So at the bottom of the cup here, we'll have this Avolio disc. I'm sorry, the Avolio disc. And that'll complete the cup portion. And then when we actually stack it up into a goblet, we'll make the optic ball a little tiny stem and then a blown foot. Can we see some of our years past Red Hot goblet and decanter sets? Up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see some of our years past sets. So we'll knock it off the pipe to be able to access the bubble to open up the cup. If you ever are interested in learning about what's happening here in the hot shop and you can't make it back to the hot shop or make it back to the museum, you can also go on to our hot shop tab online and you can watch our live stream. And every day there's something different going on. Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5, we live stream the process of what's happening here in the hot shop. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday and a good tour here at the museum. Here in the Hot Shop, we are making goblets, which are the items here on the podium. Right now, we're working on the top portion, which is the cup, similar to the ones here. So as he blows into the end of the pipe, it'll expand the glass, and he'll go in and shape it with his jacks. Next, Sarah will bring over an additional bit of glass to be shaped, and then she'll bring more to be functional as the Evolio disc. Can we see the goblet diagram? No, the goblet diagram to be able to understand the different pieces. So right now we're at the bowl portion and the Evolio, and then when we actually stack the goblet up, we'll make the optic ball, the stem, and the foot, and then we'll piece the bowl and the Evolio, so the cut portion and the Evolio together. So as we go in and out of the reheating chamber, this allows us to keep the glass nice and hot to be able to manipulate it at the bench. That glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. Next, we'll bring over a transfer rod to be able to remove the cup from off the initial blowpipe, so we're able to open it up to access the bubble, open it up to make it a functional goblet. So we'll gather the glass from the furnace there to start the process. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. As you can see there, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It holds up to 1,000 pounds and it rests at about 2,100 degrees. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, so as we rotate that steel rod, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself, will come out, blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. We keep our furnaces running because it's actually more cost efficient for it just to stay on. It takes more power to turn it off and turn it back on than it does to just let it run. Thank you. So now we're going to actually assemble a goblet. So what we've done now is we've created the optic ball. The optic ball will then have a little stem that'll be placed on the bottom of it, and then the foot. And then we'll put the cup on the top. All right, we're going to knock it off and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool overnight.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things, where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and and you're, self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. They're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on the table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that Kane?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first one I think type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoy it. I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see a really good glass artist manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I see a lot rondels we made yesterday. It's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to go back to the material what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol Green and Gold Ruby, K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like that diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And so for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
polished thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
James.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could, at any given day, walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative object because I'm very into cartoon children books because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Teng. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know from my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Twice if you can make it. Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine. Awesome. Yeah, totally.
What are you going to touch, man? Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little side.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to shape that out. Be on the ready, Eden. Blow hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, take a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See this as?
Touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot torch?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like
coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah, way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know.
Well, we'll see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just. They're two pieces, so like one of them whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glassblowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material. And then I was always interested in the process of glassblowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is just bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Yeah, I have some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago? In New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture.
There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and actually haven't made very many more of them because it's so much work.
And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, sort of this sculptural form.
I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes of fire.
Yeah.
It's a way of working. I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and Henry Moore and Calder and that whole modernist era, and because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, I started, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, really into the process of, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to You know, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, you know, then that is, you know, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story.
Kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that a lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor, and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African American community here in the U.S. during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the U.S., them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire, and like, if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so drawn to community, is because of how that series was able to shape my collegiate experience, even my glass experience, working with all those different artists.
I'm Ayano Yoshizumi from Japan, and I'm based in Toyama Prefecture now. 6 objects. I draw on the paper. Then I just introduce more color and patterns into my work, because I've been making those series, but just like plain color or like plain color faded. So I just wanted a more complicated application onto it, because I'm trying to bend, because I always use mold to make a rectangle shape, but I wanted to distort it a little bit more. Yeah, so I really like the designing and colors as well. Especially I admire the Etrusolsas, like Italian design. Working in Australia changes me so differently. Like, I was preferred to use subtle color, which, you know, Japanese like, but it's really nice to get the people motivated. I love abstract painting, and I admire the French painter Henri Matisse. His drawing is pretty overwhelming to me, to be child, but not childish. So that's a big mold, but I really wanted to do. So I'm gonna blow into it this afternoon to see how it goes. But I find the metal is, you know, heavy, but it get a nice surface texture. Yeah, because you know, the glass blowing is a lot of like practice and patience to get exactly what I wanted to done. So I really appreciate this opportunity to help myself, because we need to take advantage of how the glass community is small, so that's, you know, people can contact easily than like other industries. So I'm being at the TA at Toyama Institute of Glass Art, and then I wanted to encourage the student get more, you know, overseas to see cool things.
My name is Clifford Rainey. I'm originally from Belfast, Northern Ireland, and I now reside in Napa, California. I'm primarily a sculptor. I studied sculpture and I started off doing bronze casting with drawing and painting, and then I discovered this medium called glass. And I hate to say that was way back in the end of the 60s and 70s. And most of my kind of ideas and things come from travels, or I'm very concerned about the environment and ecology and politics and all those important things, and then I try to weave those concerns into my work as a way of kind of getting people engaged. Yeah, and then kind of around the tops as well over here. And then this is good. You don't need that much. See, that's most likely enough. And then what I sometimes try to do when the bubble's been blowing, then come in a little bit more. I walked from Kenya to South Africa and back up when I was younger, and I was always kind of expecting to go into these, the Maasai or Tanzania or Zambia or something like that, and find people, beautiful bowls and I love it. Traditional, whatever, being a very romantic person. But in fact, what people were doing was using old tin cans and stuff, and they would make these bowl shapes purely for tourists. And it's that sort of generic, it's just a very generic bowl shape. It was years ago when I started coming to America from the UK. I discovered in the Museum of American Indian, I think it was in New York, these same beautiful bowl shapes, and they were broken in the middle. The center was broken out. They were kind of killing the bowl, and so all that symbolism, is kind of woven back into what I do. I want to recreate a lot of the pieces I made before and lost, like Memory and Memory Field, all to do about loss and memory, which is basically what I've been going through. This is one's called Memory Trace, and it came from another residency I did in the Maldives Islands years ago, and when I went out there, I basically sieved sand from the beach, which was coral sand. I needed to pick a color because I wanted to do something about recycling, so I used Bombay Sapphire Blue, so that's something which we'll try to emulate today. And then I took some branches from the local vegetation, and these pieces evolved, which I call Memory Trace, about things which happened in the past, and that's going to be the starting point.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No. Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah.
Man, you've worn cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style.
Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time.
welcome back to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Today we are creating goblets similar to the ones on the podium. So to start the process, we dipped that hollow steel rod into the furnace and we gathered the glass. The glass looked like it was orange because it was hot. But as you can see, when it quickly cools down, it goes back to clear. We will work on the cut portion of the goblet, similar to the ones. We're going to make some just like the ones on the podium here. And these goblets will complement the decanter. And it is for our annual Red Hot Gala that we're making the same goblet over and over and over and over again until we have the amount that we need for the gala. And so every year here at Museum of Glass, we have an annual gala that raises about 50% of our operating funds, and 2 goblets will be accompanied with the with the decanter there in the center. And every year there's an exclusive set that is designed with the decanter. So can we see some of the years past goblets and decanter sets? So there are parts of the goblet that will be created step by step before we put the stem, create the stem and then attach it all seamlessly. So what you're looking at is currently we are adding a little button, a little berry for aesthetic. The overall theme is like a apothecary, mystical forest vibe. But we're working on the top right now, which means that we'll make the cut portion or the bowl portion. Can we see the illustration of the goblet? So it means that we'll make on the illustration they refer to the cup as the bowl, and then the volio, and then when we start the stem will start with the optic ball, a tiny little stem, and then a foot that'll be blown on and opened up to make to help the goblet stand, of course. So now we'll add a transfer rod and give it a little pinch there at the end of the pipe to remove the cut portion from the pipe so we can access the bubble, open it up so it can be functional and you can drink from it. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So when you remove the glass from the end of the pipe, sometimes it can be a little jagged. So he'll go in, tweeze it, and then shear it to clean up the lip. And then if you look closely at the ones there on the podium, they have a really pretty lip wrap of color around the top. And so you'll see how it gets color in just a moment. We'll bring over an additional bit that has color glass inside of it. And we'll wrap it around the lip. So we'll place the cup top inside of the garage where it'll rest until we're ready to build the entire goblet up. They like to have a good amount of cup tops in the bank, aka the garage, before they start to stack them up. They say it's like, oh, we'll do one more cup, he said. So they say it's easier to have a few cups ready and then just knock out the goblets simultaneously. And that is because each of these items have to be like switched off of the access point. So trying to do all that at one time in one run is a lot. You can kind of see the inside of the garage from the big screen there. The cool side is 800 degrees and the hot side's 1,000 degrees. And so for us, that's hot, but for glass, that's nice and cool to where it'll just be able to be held until we need to rework it into the process. Can we see the furnace diagram? So he'll dip into the furnace, rotate the glass on the table, blow into it, and that'll create the bubble. As you can see on the big screen, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. So as we constantly take the glass out of the furnace here in the hot shop, that like 1,000 pounds doesn't just like magically reappear, you know? That would be great if it did, but it doesn't. So here in the hot shop, depending on how much we take from the furnaces, the hot shop technician will recharge or refill the furnaces once a week or once every other week. And so as the levels start to get low, dipping low into that hot crucible, it really bites the knuckles. And so we have to recharge our furnaces to refill them with glass. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn how the furnaces get glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So the bottom portion of the goblets that we are making today, he's created the object ball. We've put a little disc here, and now we'll blow in a moment. We'll blow. Oh, we already blew the foot on. Sorry. So we added a wrap around the end of the cup portion. Next, we'll put the top on, which is the folio disc and the cup portion. We're making goblets in the hot shop. Hope you guys are having a great Wednesday. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the Museum of Glass. So when we place the cup on the top, that'll complete the stack of the goblet. We'll put a little bit of water on the connection point, and then we'll get under it with the tongs to place it in the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Woohoo! And then it'll rest in this oven until it cools down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. And we'll do it all again in just a moment. We also will have a second sale here June 20th. And so what that means is that sometimes there's like samples, or sometimes there's items that are made that we keep here in the hot shop that sometimes are considered seconds, and so that means that you'll have the opportunity to buy something really cool and one of a kind at a great price point, June 20th. And so the store will be hosting a second sale. Can we see the furnace diagram? So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that steel pipe, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which will allow it to adhere to itself. And as you can see, he brought out a little gather of glass and blew into the end of the pipe to create a bubble. The furnace there is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Thank you. He dipped that little bubble into the object mold to create a diamond pattern throughout the surface of the glass. This object ball will function as a part of the base of the goblet. Next, we'll attach another little spacer at the bottom before we blow on the foot. And now we'll bring over a bubble, blow it onto the bottom of the spacer, and then snip it. A blown foot will help eliminate just how heavy the goblet will be. So just instead of it being solid mass of glass, blowing it will help make it a bit more light. He'll go in with the jacks to manipulate the shape and then carve into the glass. Those jacks are just two large blades that help create weak points in the glass. And so when you carve into it and you cinch it, it helps create that weak spot to be able to eliminate any extra glass. Next, we'll transfer the bottom portion off of this initial blowpipe to be able to stack the cup on top of the optic ball. So as we blow into the end of the pipe, he's expanding the optic ball portion of the goblet. And then next we'll bring over a tiny spacer to function between the optic ball and the foot. We're going to build the bottom portion before we add the top. The top is the cup and the Evolio disc. These goblets are being made for our annual Red Hot Gala. We have an exclusive set of 2 goblets and 1 decanter for every gala. The theme this year is like more so an apothecary, mythical forest vibe. And so you have this really cool scoffle finish to look at, like almost as if we dug it up on the decanter here. And then some really nice, elegant goblets to accompany it on the table. Can we see some of the years past goblets and decanter sets? So now we'll bring over some additional glass with color to wrap around the bottom of the foot. And then after we add the color, we'll spin the foot all the way out and flatten it to help the glass stand, the goblet stand. So once it's nice and set up and just a little bit more stiff, we'll put a little bit of water there at the bottom underneath the goblet on the connection point. And then we'll knock it off onto the tongs and place it in the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. It will go in with the water. The vibrations when you tap the pipe will help release the glass. And let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. We have to place the glass into the annealing oven so it doesn't crack. So on the right side of the hot shop, Levi and Eric are making mixing pitchers, so carafes for for bars and restaurants. And this is production style, so they're blowing a bubble into a mold, and when it comes out, the pitcher will be done. Here in the middle, though, we are making goblets for our annual gala, and as you can see, the process starts by dipping into the furnace, and that's because hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, and that allows us to work the material. He'll dip into the optic mold. The optic mold will then freeze to the surface, the pattern to the surface of the glass. The optic ball will be the portion of the middle of the goblet that functions between the cup and the foot to help stack it all the way up. Can we see the goblet illustration? So we're at the optic ball portion. The volio and the bowl has already been created and then placed in the garage where we'll rework it into the process. Next, we'll put on a tiny, tiny stem and then blow on a foot. Thank you. So now we'll blow on the foot and snip it, and then we'll open it up. So the ability to be able to stack a goblet that's so very thin and fragile really shows how much practice these artists have had and how well they've mastered the medium to be able to harness the energy, create the goblet very, very dainty and stack it all up while working horizontally to make a vertically stacked piece and do it many, many times over and over and over and over again. Shows how great they are at what they do here in the hot shop. So we'll have to make maybe up to 100 or more sets of these goblets for our annual Red Hot Gala. The gala's in September. 1 decanter, 2 goblets will be placed at the tables, and every year there's a different set that is created for that specific year. And so for many years, the Hot Shop team has been here making these goblets and decanters for the gala. We'll put a little bit of water at that connection point, which will then help release the glass when you tap the pipe, the vibrations. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock.
Shop coordinator. Yeah. Jack and Trent are up there gapping right now. Said Trent, you got to keep him in line. What's that? Said Trent, you got to keep him in line. Oh, wait, I thought that's a little ripper now.
Welcome to the Hot Shop for those of you who just joined us. We are making goblets similar to the ones here on the podium to be showcased at our gala with this really awesome decanter. The theme is apothecary, kind of like a forest, mythical forest vibe. So the decanter has what we call scavo on the surface to look like we dug it up. So ancient, but very much so a treasure. And then 2 goblets to complement it. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we'll work in and out of this reheating chamber while we're shaping the glass at the bench. As you can see, the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat it to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees. Now we'll go, after that little bit of glue that Sarah has placed on, we will place the cup on top, and this is how you stack a goblet, piece by piece. Give it a flash in the glory hole. Thank you. We'll give it a flash in the reheating chamber and then prepare to take it off of the pipe. Thank you. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point there. Tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release it. We'll tap it. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then we'll place it in the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. On the right side of the hot shop, Levi and Eric are creating pictures, crafts for bars and restaurants for mixing of drinks. He'll give the top a nice torch and then a little bit of water on that jack line. Will help put some shock in the area. He'll put it on the little lazy Susan, knock it off, and then place it into the oven to cool down overnight. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thanks for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. So we're making the top portion of the goblet. This is the cut portion. So we'll blow it out. Once we blow it out and give it some shape, then we'll change the axis and open up the top. On the right side of the hot shop, we're making mixing pitchers, so crafts for like local, or not local, but for bars and restaurants. And then here in the middle, we are creating the top portion of a goblet, which we refer to as the cup. We'll dip into the furnace to gather glass and then rotate it on the table to cool it down a bit. And then we'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. Here at the middle bench, we're making goblets, and so currently we're just flattening out the foot portion of the goblet. And at the right side of the hot shop, Eric and Levi are creating mixing pitchers, so carafes for different bars and restaurants. So we'll give the top a little flash, and then we'll remove the cup portion of the goblet out of the garage here where it's been resting to be placed on top of the stem. So we'll put a little bit of glass to function as glue. And then the cup. So we'll dip into the furnace to gather some glass. We'll blow into the end of the pipe. We're making goblets today here in the hot shop. We'll dip it into the optic mold to be able to create a pattern on the surface of the glass there. And then we'll blow into that pipe to expand the bubble. We'll carve into the glass to create some separation. So now that we've created that object ball, we'll move to the next bit. To make the goblets, we add the glass bit by bit and shape it. And so we're slowly stacking glass piece by piece horizontally to be able to stand vertically to function as a goblet. This little optic ball will function as one portion of the stem. We'll add a little disc of glass below the optic ball, then we'll add an additional longer piece of stem similar to the ones here on the podium. The process will start by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? If you ever would like to know what's happening here in the hot shop, but you're not actually here, you can't make it back, you can always watch our live stream. As you can see, the process will start by dipping into the furnace. The glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So dipping into that furnace, he's able to gather the glass and blow into it. Thank you. Then he'll dip into the optic mold, which will chill a texture into the surface. This one is more so like a Ruffles chip, so it has low and high points. Then as we blow, it'll be carved into a ball. This will function as the optic ball point of the goblet. The pictures that Levi and Eric are making on the right side of the hot shop, at a different point in time, the top of it will be cut off. These are mixing pictures for bars and restaurants.